Hi guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. This tutorial is an Electron JS tutorial with React JS and TypeScript for absolute beginner, and I'm going to be showing you how to build an Electron JS application with React JS and TypeScript from the scratch and from ground up. And we are also going to be looking at Electron Forge and other things like context menu, context, and the menu at the top here. And and also in this tutorial we are going to be building this application that is there. This application is an audio player. You will select like the directory that you want to play the audio from, and this is the list of my home directory of my on my Mac. If you are running this application on your own system, the home directory might be quite different from this. Now I click on the policy directory, and this is the content of the directory, including other stuffs that have been filtered off, because in this tutorial we are going to be listing out the directory, and we are going to be filtering out other files that are not mp3 files. That is what we are going to be implementing in this tutorial for this application. And if I go to the downloads, it's these are all the file folders in downloads, and these are all the mp3 files in the downloads directory. And actually these are actual files on my PC, and there are other files also in this directory, but we've filtered them out, and we are only going to be displaying mp3 files in the directory, in any directory that we open. And we can also go back. Let me go back to policy B and go to desktop and go back again, go to documents. These directories as mp3 files, in which I downloaded the mp3 files and just splitted them into different directories. And these other directories too, we can also go into them, but they don't have any mp3 files, so they don't have their content is not listed out. And yeah, let's try to play an mp3 file. Let's play this first. And as you can see, it is very cool. We're also going to be doing the this visualization in this tutorial. We are going to be doing the visualization in this tutorial, and all these songs that I'm using in this tutorial, they are all free, and they are all free to use. Yeah, and we can also skip forward. Can stop and play another one. Yeah, and other ones too. Fast forward it, play another one, and you can also go back, and if we go back to the directory, you see that the current song that we are playing is still selected. Now let's go back again and go to the document. Let's go to document and play the song, and as you can see, it is playing. Yeah, and it's also displaying the time and the stuff. And as I've said, we are also going to be implementing context menu. Like, I right clicked now, I right clicked, and you see the two stuffs that are showing. This is what is called context menu. If I click on go home, you see it's going to go back to this page, to this route. As you can see, it is now in the home directory now. And there's also refresh. Downloads, right click, refresh. Like, if you add a song to this directory, I just want to refresh the directory so that the song is going to be listed here. Then you can just refresh it, and you can open any directory, and if they have an mp3 file in them, it is going to be listed, else it's not going to be listed. Else no directory or no files is going to be listed. And another cool thing is we can resize this section here, which is like the sidebar, by just dragging this here and there and there. Yeah, it is resizable, and everything, all these things, we are going to be doing it in this tutorial. Yeah, this is what we are going to be doing in this tutorial. And if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel before we go on, please subscribe. It motivates me to do more tutorials like this. And yeah, thank you. Let's start with the definition of Electronjs. Electronjs is a framework for building cross-platform desktop applications. Desktop applications that can run on Mac, Linux, and Windows with a single code base. And this is the official documentation website of Electronjs. If you are new to Electronjs, you can come back to this website and check out some cool stuffs about Electronjs, and you can read through this introduction page just to get more familiar with Electron. And this documentation talks about like the core Electronjs, in which it is not recommended to use the core Electronjs because it is kind of complicated, like especially when setting up frameworks. Like if you are trying to use Electronjs with JavaScript frameworks like ReactJS, Vue.js, AngularJS, and so on. So that is the purpose of this tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be teaching you how to set up ReactJS, and we are also going to be using ElectronForge, which is like a framework created for this particular purpose. Yeah. ElectronForge like is a tool for, like, if you read this description here, like all-in-one tool for packaging and distributing Electron applications. It makes using framework with Electronjs very easier, and you can also configure TypeScript. It comes configured with TypeScript and Webpack, and that is what we are going to be using. And you are also going to be seeing how we are going to be implementing ReactJS and TypeScript. Yeah, without further ado, let's start and let's get straight into it. Now, you can come back to this page and read through the getting started and other things, and the stuff that we are more interested in this tutorial is this Webpack TypeScript template, which is the one that is required when we are using ReactJS with Electronjs. Now, to create a new Electronjs app, actually I have a separate tutorial that you can watch on my YouTube channel, that you can watch if you want to learn Electronjs core, like Electronjs from the scratch, the core Electronjs. You can watch that tutorial. And this is Electronjs and ReactJS. Yeah. Now let's start. And I've created a directory which is ERTT, which means like Electron React TypeScript and other stuff. And now I have an asset folder which I'm going to be talking about soon. Now, to create a new Electronjs application, I'm just going to paste this command here, and I'm going to change this to Electron React. Yeah, and it is going to install all the required dependencies. I'm going to pause the tutorial and resume it after it has installed them. It has installed all the dependencies. Now let's go on to the next thing. The next thing is to set up and install ReactJS with TypeScript, in which that is what we are going to be using in this tutorial. And first of all, let's install this separately, because the next dependency is going to be a dev dependency, or they are dev dependencies. Yeah, let's just copy them, and yeah, now that is all we need to install. If you want to do this like manually from ground up, it is very stressful. It is very stressful and complicated, and that is the usefulness of Electron Forge, in which they already made it very easier, and they've already done the configuration and all the setups for you. Now let's open the code in VS Code. Yeah, let me run it again. Yep. There's an asset folder, and there is node modules here. Yeah, this is the directory of our project, and this is the assets. Now I'm going to move this asset into the directory, into the root directory, and let me explain quickly about the content of this directory. I have added some SVG files that we are going to be using in this tutorial, like the folder SVG icon, pause, play and stop icons, and also CSS variables, which we are going to be using, so that we are not going to be wasting time trying to get the colors and other stuff. Yeah, that is what is inside this asset. And now let me explain the it's like there's something, I made a mistake. The dependencies that I installed them outside of the main folder. Sorry, outside of the project directory. Now let's delete the node. Let's delete them, and okay, I'm just going to quickly delete them and reinstall them inside the project directory now. Okay, now I've installed the dependencies inside the project directory. Now yeah, let me do a quick introduction of these files and folders that we are looking at. First of all, the SRC is the directory that contains the project vitals, like the index.ts, which is the main renderer, in which I'm going to be talking about more like soon in this tutorial, and the preload.ts and also the renderer.ts. Now the index.html, which is the root of the or which is the UI of the app, which is the renderer of the app, like the UI renderer for the application. And this is the index.css, in which you can remove or change it, or whatever CSS file you like. You can link any CSS file you like inside the renderer. As you can see, it is imported inside the renderer here. Now there are other stuffs here which I'm just going to ignore these ones, and the forge.config.ts, which is the forge configuration, which we are not going to be talking about here. Which we are not going to be talking about much. I think we should talk about this. If you like to provide your own different HTML file, provide it and provide the path to the HTML file here, and the renderer.ts, provide the path to the renderer.ts here. If you have a separate renderer.ts, and the name of the current window is main window, and then the preload, which I'm also going to be talking about soon. This is the route to, or the path to the preload.ts. And in the case there are some scenarios where you want to have a child window of the current window, you have to provide the entry points of all these for all these values for the child window under this entry point. Just add just the same thing here. And if you want to know how to create a child window in Electron.js, you can watch my other tutorials where I implemented something like that. And the package.json, which manage your dependencies, and the tsconfig.json, and then other webpack configurations. The webpack.main is the main webpack that works for the main process, and the plugin, this one works for the plugin, and this configuration for webpack is for the renderer webpack configuration, which we are going to be using soon. And this is like the webpack rules, which we are not going to be talking about in this tutorial. And that is the description of the files and folders under this directory. Now the next thing we need to do is to set up SVGL, because we are going to be using SVG in this tutorial. Like, the icons are in SVG, and we need to configure SVGL because we are using ReactJS. So let's install SVGL. Then now we need to set the rule inside our webpack configuration for the renderer. All we just need to do is just to duplicate that, then replace this with the configuration that we just copied. Now we need one more stuff, which is the loader URL loader, which we are going to install from here. Don't worry, all the links that I'm opening in this tutorial are going to be available in the description of this tutorial. So I'm just going to copy this and install. And you are not going to need to install all these dependencies that I'm installing. All you are just going to do is just to run npm install. And that has been installed. Then we need to add URL loader to the webpack configuration. And that is all. Then we need one more stuff, which is the TypeScript for our SVGL, so that TypeScript is not going to be complaining every time. Let's copy this. This is what we need. Then let's come to the src let's create a file called global.d.ts, which is going to be like the definition, the global type definition for this tutorial. And I will also be adding some other stuff to it later. Declare global, then interface window. No, this is going to be, I'm going to be doing that later. Yeah, that is all for the SVG configuration. And we also need to install some or one more store, which is the Electron store, which we are going to be using to persist the folder that we select. npm install Electron store. Yeah, that is all. Now let's run our app. I'm going to duplicate this terminal and I will run the project. Let's run npm start. Yeah, as you can see, the project is the app is now running, and it automatically opened the console, in which I am going to change the direction to under. And now I'm going to talk more about this console or web2 later. Now let's go on to the next thing of this tutorial. Now the next thing is to fully configure our ReactJS. We missed some things here that we are supposed to do. Let's go to the SRC or app. We need to create a file called app.tsx inside the SRC directory, app.tsx, which is going to be like the entry of our ReactJS. And let's come to the tsconfig JS6 ReactJS6. Yeah. Then let's create a file which is now going to be page.tsx. This is the only component that we are going to be creating for this tutorial. If you want to know more about creating routing in ReactJS, routing in Electronjs, you can watch my other tutorials where I implemented routing. Then export const react.memo. This is the first hook that we are going to be using in this tutorial. Then return diff. Yeah, export const. Wow, I'm just going to export it like this. Export default. Don't worry, this error is because of the editor. Is going to go away soon. Now let's go to the app.tsx and replace this with our app component. I'm just going to save, then I think the error should go now. Yeah, now that's that. Let's just write hello world. Then let's check it out. Let's go back to the app.tsx. Okay, yeah, one more thing is we need to import our app.tsx app. Yeah, that's all. Let's check how it is here. This is the same way they imported it here. What is the error? Let's restart. Yeah, as you can see, the hello world, our ReactJS hello world is now displaying. Now the next thing is, let's just comment out this. Let's comment out this because they are not needed. And to change the title of the app here, in which we are actually going to be removing this header like stuff. We are going to be removing it soon. But to change the title, you can just edit the title here and just change it to audio player. Yeah. Then next is, now let's now talk about the Preload.ts. Now that's now going to take us to the introduction of what main renderer and the browser render, or sorry, the main process and the renderer process are. The main process is the like the interface that interacts with the like the operating system, which the browser cannot access. It interacts with the API that the browser cannot access, and the browser is the UI that renders the UI to the user, and the main process cannot access the renderer process, and the renderer process or the browser part cannot access the main process. How are the both of them now going to be communicating? Because both of them are two separate processes. How are they now going to be communicating? And that is where the Preload.ts comes in. This Preload.ts is going to serve as a bridge between the main process and the browser process or the renderer process, and it's going to be using something called the IPC renderer to send events from the browser part to the main part, or sorry, to the main process. And we are going to be seeing that in action soon. To create a Preload.ts, let's create an object. It's going to be an object. Then we are now going to expose it using context bridge from Electron dot expose in main world. The only method we are going to be using in this tutorial is the expose in main world, which is going to expose this Preload.ts to the window object so that we'll be able to access it from the window object. Then let's name it Electron. This is just a random name, you can give it any name. Then let's pass in the preload. Now, because we are using TypeScript, we are going to need to export the type of this preload. Export type t preload equal to type of preload. Yeah. Now let's configure this TypeScript. That is where we are going to now go back to what I talked about here. Interface window. Now we are going to add this preload, or this electron that we declared here. We are going to add it to the global window interface. Let's just declare it electron, then t preload. Yeah, and that is all. Now we can now call this preload object. We can now access and call this preload object from anywhere within our application. Yeah. Now the first one is going to be get that, which is going to get the directory for us, and the get that is going to take in an optional part, which is going to be a string. That is just this. We are going to come back to this later, and we need to go on and design our front end. and I'm going to come back to this just in a moment. Now let's go back to our page.tsx. Now this is let's give it like the class name of main. Then let's go to the index.css and remove this max width, no padding, 0 pixel, margin 0 pixel. If you want to add any font, you can just add font to it, just like the normal way you add font to your web applications. Then main. Now dot main is going to be width 100%, then height 100 vh. Then let's test it. Let's give it a background color of red just for testing. And that is. Now let's check it out. As you can see, it is working as expected. And the next thing is, now let's create the layout. We are going to have two sections. The sidebar, class name, sidebar, and then the content, like the content part. Then now this main is going to be displayed grid, display grid, and grid template columns 300 pixel and 1 FR. This column is just like, for example, the first 300 pixel is for the first container. Let's come back here. It is for this sidebar container, and the other 1 FR is for this other container. And what I'm trying to say is that the second container should take the remaining space after the first container has taken 300 pixel. Now let's go back to this asset folder and index.css, and let's copy these variables and paste it inside our CSS file here. Now I am now going to replace this 300 pixel with this sidebar width, because we are going to be updating it dynamically using JavaScript, because I want it to be able to be resizable. Then sidebar. Then let's come back to this place and main sidebar. Let's give this background color of just to test if it is working as expected. Then content or okay, let's just give it content, because I don't know any other name to give it. Then this is going to be green. Now let's check it out. As you can see, it is as expected. Now let's create a a div element that we are going to be using to resize this container, this sidebar container. Div dot resize. Let's just call it resize, because I don't know any other name to give it. Then sidebar dot resize. Position relative. Then this is going to position absolute. Then right 0 pixel, height 100%. Then width should be 2 pixels. Then just for testing, let's give it background color of red, and then let's check it out. Yeah, as you can see, it is now here. Now let's change the background color to something like gray. Then I want to, oh, sorry, let me remove the background color from here. The background color from here, we are coming back to that, and let's change the background color of this to something like this. Then let's change this to this. Let's check it out. Yeah, cool. Then this should also have a background color. But it's going to be almost white. Yeah, cool. Now let's undo. The next thing is to undo this, and so that it's going to be resizable. It's going to be resizing, changing the width of this sidebar container. Now let's undo that, and we are going to bind an event to this main container. Undo, mouse down, React dots, use callback. Undo, mouse down, on, mouse down, on, mouse down. Then let's create a ref, main container ref. That's React dots, use ref. HTML div element, or no. Then let's pass in no. What useRef does in ReactJS is, one of the purpose is for like creating the reference to a component or to element, HTML element like this. Without this ref, to reference this this element, I will have to use the query selector or the selector, the document selector stuff, and which is highly advised against in ReactJS, to be like to select an element using selectors. Now all I just need to do is just ref, then passing the main ref. Then this is now going to be referencing this div. Then I can now pass it to this. Then now dot current dot on mouse move. Then let's create another function that handles mouse move. Then that's just going to be logging. For now, it's going to be logging the stuff passed into it. Handle mouse move. E. And this E is mouse event. Yeah. Then handle mouse down, so that we are going to destroy the event. Handle mouse down. No, handle mouse up, sorry. Yeah. Now to set the width of this container when we are dragging this resize element, we are going to be using, because we are going to be updating this CSS variable sidebar width, and this root means document element, or simply the HTML element of the document. Or to point it out, this is what I'm referring to, meaning this root is referring to this HTML element, and which we are going to be referring to in JavaScript using document element, then dot style, then dot set property. We are going to set the CSS property. Then now the we are just going to pass dot e dot client x, then plus pixel. Now let's check it out. And before that, let us remove the event or mouse move null. Let's set it to null. Set it to null, so that it's going to remove the event. Yeah, let's check it out. And one more thing is to add an icon, like to change the cursor when we move the mouse over that container. Let's go back to the index of CSS, and the resize, the cursor should be EW resize, which is an horizontal resize icon. Let me refresh. Okay, well, I think so that is not going to waste our time. So as you can see, it is working as expected. And now one more thing we should do is to prevent propagation. This type is going to be kind of tricky here. Okay, let me just pass. Then passing. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Now we need to prevent default. E dot prevent default, and stop propagation. We don't really need to prevent default. Yeah. And this is going to cause issue because if we are trying to interact with the containers, this is going to be countering it. Let's go on. Let's just go on. Let's ignore that for now. Just for now. Yeah. And now the next thing is to list out the directories inside the dashbar. Inside this sidebar container. Now let's create the dot directory list dot list item. Now this sidebar needs to be displayed flex, then flex direction colon. Now the directory list also needs to be a flex box. Let me just copy this and change this. Display flex direction column, then overflow auto. Yeah, and then let's set the font size. Font size should be 80%. Then color gray. Then we are going to have both directory and files. The okay, let's come back here. Before that, list item, the list item is going to have directory, the class name of directory. If the item is a directory, it's going to have the class name of directory dot directory. Then font width bold. Then the list item is going to be displayed flex. Align items, then center. Then one more thing is cursor, which I'm going to set to pointer. Yeah, now then we can check that out by just creating a dummy stuff here. I'm going to import the icon, React component as folder icon from folder.svg. Then let me just add CS signal. Folder icon. Then yeah, now let's add this folder icon. Then width, let's set it to 20. Then height to 20. Then fill gray. Yeah, now let's check that out. No fill. Yeah, and then this directory list needs to have some padding. Padding 10 pixel. Yeah, then let's add a text. Span test directory. Yeah, cool. And the folder icon, the span, in the list item needs to have some spacing to the left. Margin left 10 pixel. Yeah, cool. Then we need to reduce the intensity of the background color of the sidebar. Yeah, cool. Then now let's test the directory style. if it is directory. As you can see, it is bold. Now we also need another stuff, which is going to be the pagination dot pagination, and which can be something like users username, yeah, pagination. Then sidebar, pagination. Then it's going to be flex, display flex. Then align items center. Yeah, you are going to see the reason why I'm adding a flex box later. And yeah, let's start working on the directory fetching, because we are going to be only working with a user-friendly directory. We are not going to make the root directory to be the main root directory, and the main root directory that I mean is the / directory that is the root directory on both Mac and Linux, and the C / directory, which is the root directory on Windows. We are not going to make that the base directory, and we are not going to be navigating to the base directory in this tutorial, just for it to be more user friendly. And then so the route is going to originate from the home directory. And yeah, let's create handle fetch list dar. Use callback is used for optimizing callback functions. I just like using use callback because it improves my component performance, and it prevents me from having like rendering all this rendering issue that is caused by too much calls of a function. Yeah, that's why I use callback a lot. In fact, all the functions that I declare inside my component are always wrapped inside the use callback hook. Yeah. Now, what this is going to do is going to be async, and it's going to take an optional path. Then const or let me just add directory content equal to window. Now this is now where we are now going to use the preload.ts window dot electron. As you can see, the type that we added to the global.ts is now showing up. Meanwhile, the electron object is not available in the global window object, but because we added it to the global type, it's now available. Then dot, I can now call the get dar. Then I'm not going to pass in the path. Then await, because it's going to be await. Yes, telling me that it is not something that await is going to have effect on, but soon await is going to have effect on it. Yeah, async. Now, how do we now communicate with the main process? Now, I have not spoken more about the main process. Now let's go into detail about the main process. The main process is this index.ts file, in which it is written in Node.js. It uses pure Node.js, and we are going to be seeing later and soon that we are going to be using some Node.js objects and features to interact with the operating system and other stuff too. Yeah, this file is the main process, and this is where we declare the browser window objects and other stuffs like when the browser window has been, if the app is ready, create window. If all the windows has been closed, close window. Like this is like on Mac, the behavior on Mac, and on activate. If the window is minimized and we try to resume back, this is what is going to resume, like open up the app instead of creating a new window. Yeah. And now let's talk about the browser window. If you are new to Electron, the browser window is the object that handles the window of our application, and here we can define the height of the window, the width of the window, and other web preferences too, in which we are not going to be talking more about in this tutorial. If you want to learn more about this, you can watch my other tutorial where I talked about this, where I used more of these web preferences. Yeah, the let's check the types of these web preferences so that you are going to get a little bit familiar more about it. Yeah, you can define a lot of stuff there, like the if you want to allow, dev tools, you can lock off the dev tools from this option, like set the dev tools to off, and the dev tools is not going to be able to open it again. And other stuffs like disable dialog, like other stuff that you can come back and just try out each of them. But for the sake of this tutorial and for the sake of time, we are not going to be going into detail into them. Yeah. Now let's go on. And now, as you can see, the preload.cs was declared here, and it was set to this main window preload webpack entry, which obviously it is not set to anything. But now let's try to check it in other places. Let's go to forge.config, and if you notice something, it ends with preload. It ends with preload webpack entry, and if you come to this forge.config, there is preload webpack entry. Yeah, okay, let's go back, and this okay, main window webpack entry. Then the naming convention is related to the naming convention that is used here. That's just what I'm trying to point out. The main window and this also. Sorry. And if you want to see where I edited and worked with these two variables, I created I added two new variables because I was creating a child window which also needs its own preload and also an entry point. I added it, and you can watch my tutorials on it. And not to waste much time, let's go on to the next thing, which is going to be main window webpack entry, which is referring to this webpack, which is referring to this HTML file. Yeah, it's referring to the HTML file. You can come back and read. You can read this to understand more about it. Main window webpack entry, which is this HTML file, and then main window dot web content dot open devtool. This is what opens the devtools by default whenever the app launches. Yeah, and now I think that is all for now. If you are using a frameless window, like to create a frameless window, set frame to false. Frame false. Then it is going to remove the frame that is at the top here for that to reflect. And again, let me point out something. If we edit anything inside this main process, for it to reflect, we will have to like reload the whole app. So let's reload and start again. Now let's go to the next thing. The next thing is, now let's communicate between the browser or process or the renderer process and the main process. Now, how do you do that? We are going to use something called IPC, in which on the renderer end is going to be IPC renderer, and on the main process is going to be IPC main. We are going to use IPC renderer to send events to the main process from here, and we are going to call it. Now this IPC renderer has many methods for sending events. The first is invoke. The next is send. Then there is another one. There is send sync, send to host, which we are not going to be talking about, and it can also listen to event from the main process using the ons and invoke. No, sorry, not invoke. Yeah, it can use the emit and on and ons. Oh, sorry, it can use emit also to send events, and this event differs from each other, and in which this emit is kind of not that different from IPC render.send, but you are not going to be using this emit much, and most of the time you are going to be using this IPC render.send and IPC render.invoke. And the difference between this invoke and send is because is this send, you send if you are not expecting any data back after sending the event to the main process. If you are expecting data back, use IPC renderer.invoke. Then this is a promise which is going to wait until the server has responded to this event. Now we are expecting a data back from the server. We're expecting the directory data back from the server, and we are just going to name it. We can name the event anything. Let's name it get 2, and then the data that we want to pass, you can pass in any data, but you cannot pass in a class, a function, and other data types that are related to class and functions. But you can pass in string, array, objects, like this kind of objects, and like other things like file, array buffer, and other things like that. but you cannot pass in a function and a class and other things that are related to them. Yeah. Now we are just going to pass in paths, and you can pass in the objects, or sorry, the data anyhow you like. You can either use an object or an array, or just pass the stuff back. Just pass it directly. Now we're expecting something from the main process, which is going to be the directories. Then we can just let us log it. Don't let us forget to await it, because it is a promise. As you can see here, it is a promise which returns any value, and we need to await it. And we can just say return this directly like this, but just for clarity and for the sake of tutorial, so that it's not going to be confusing, let us do it this way. Then we can now return this. We can return this to the calling to anywhere it is being called in the script. Now we are calling it here. Now it is going to return that data back to that place after getting it back from the server. Now, how do we now set up the server to listen for this event? Now let's copy the event name, because the event name needs to match. Inside this file, or inside the main process, you can create the IPC main listener anywhere, but I would like to create it inside the this function that we used, that the browser was created in. IPC main, it is from Electron IPC main dot. Now the IPC main also has different methods. You can use the IPC main dot on to listen for events, and ons, which is the same thing as on, but it's going to listen to that event only once. Then you can also emit events, which is more like event emitter, which you can see here, which is more like event emitter stuff. And dot undo also, and then it has other stuffs, add listener, event names, and other stuff that we are not going to be talking about in this tutorial. Now there is dot undo, then which is also used for listening to events. There is on, and there is ons, and there is undo ons. Now all these are used for listening for events. They are used for listening for events. Then IPC main dot undo is the one that is used for listening for event that needs response, like something like this event that we sent from here through using invoke. Any event that you sent using invoke needs to be listened for using undo. If you use on, it is not going to get the event. It's not going to undo the event until you use undo. Only undo can listen to event that needs a response, or that was sent using the invoke method. Yeah, then it inherits two arguments here. Then the argument that the data that we passed, or let's just call it data, the data that we passed from the front end. Then now the next thing is we want to list out the directory const there is equal to. Now we need file system. If you are familiar with Node.js, you should know that this is pure Node.js. Import fs from fs, then fs dot read the sync. Now the directory are different on the home directory, or the home directory are different on different platform. On Mac it is user / then username. Then on Linux it is home / username. Then on Windows it is C backspace if it's been a while I use Windows, so I think I'm wrong, but I think it is this way. It's like this on Windows. Then your username. Now because we are trying to support multiple platforms at the same time, and that is why we are using Electron JS. So we are going to be creating we are going to create an object home da. Then that's going to be process. I'm trying to get the name, process dot platform. Now this platform has different values that can be set to it. Win32 for Windows, Darwin for Mac, and Linux for Linux. So I'm just going to be, because for this tutorial we are just only supporting like 3 platforms. So this is going to be the root, like the home directory or the default directory that is going to be loaded if no directory was selected. Linux, which is going to be like this. Then on Windows, Win32. And I think this needs 1 backspace, or just os.platform.join. No, let's leave it like that. Then home down. Then that's going to be process dot platform. Then if the data was provided, if the path was provided, or let's just call it path. If the path was provided, it's going to use the path. Else, it's going to load the default directory, the home directory. Now we need to filter some things out from the directory, and before we do that, let's just log it and see what it was returned. And we can add the filtering here. Dot filter. Let's remove the path dot with file types. Let me add with file types 2. Then that's all we are going to be adding. Then dot name dot start with. If you start with a dot, it means it is a hidden directory, and we don't need something like that. And let's also filter some things out. I think we are going to do that later. Now all you have to do to return data back is just call the return, then return that, and that's all. Now this preload is going to get the data that was returned, and it's also now going to return the data to the browser context that called it. Now on the browser, let's also log it. Then now we need to call this function immediately our app finish, or before our app finish loading. Yeah, now let's check it out. To make sure our changes is effective, let's reload the whole app. Yep, our changes is effective and there is no error. Error invoking remote method, no such file or directory user. Yep, as you can see, it returns a data, and also the logs that we logged in the preload.ts also appears in the browser. This preload.ts also has access to some main level APIs that the browser cannot have access to. Just few ones, and it also have access to like the browser APIs. That's the usefulness of this preload.ts. And let's check the localize name, the localize parent path users. Okay. I think there's an issue with this filter. If it does not filter only the ones that does not start with dot. Now let's restart it. Yeah, now it is returning 3 data: guest, shared, and my username, which is like this is the home directory. Now let's go on, and let's do something with this. Let's do something to this. The pagination, and let's edit the pagination. Font size should be like 80%, and the padding that was added to this directory list should be added to the sidebar. Well, I think I'm just going to add it to the pagination like that. Because of this resize, I don't want it to resize. Oh, sorry. Padding 10 pixel. Pagination. Yeah, cool. Now let's display the directory. Const da set da react dot use state. Then that is we are going to be creating an object, a type we are going to be creating a type for it, and that we are going to be let me create a folder called shared, and inside the shared I'm going to create a new file called types.ts. Then here I'm just going to copy just one type, just one object. Then export interface, it's type t the structure, let's just call it the name. Then let me remove all this quickly. Yeah, and there's going to be one more thing that we are going to be adding. We are going to be adding if we are going to be adding a check to check if the returned object is a directory or not, and we are going to do that this way. Path, then is that's going to be path dot is directory. Now we can now add that to our types boolean. Now let's go back to the page and set the after getting the directory here, let's set it the content. Yeah. Now let us display some data with it, which is just going to be like this, dot map. Then d dot. Okay, I need to add the type here. It's going to be, the type is going to be t that structure, then d dot name. Then don't let us forget the key, that's d dot name. Then it should only display the folder icon only if it is a directory. D dot is dar. Now you can see the use case of the is dar. Now here also we need to d dot is dar, this item needs to be added to it, else only display this item. Yeah, that's that. Then let's preview it. As you can see, it is now showing d dot is dar and folder. Yeah, the reason why it is not showing that is because I have not reloaded for the isdar to make effect. Yeah, now what is the next thing? The next thing is, I think I need to give the files, I need to give them some margin bottom. not dot directory, margin bottom 7 pixel. Yeah. Then list item cursor pointer, list item directory. If they are override, if they are override, there should be something like text decoration under them indicating that indicating that they are clickable. Dot directory cursor pointer. Seems sidebar on click e dot stop propagation. Well, I think I'm just going to disable this for now. The cursor is not showing. List item span. Cursor pointer. Text decoration. Seems like I'm having some issues here. Well, let's move on. I think it's CSS issue. And list item directory list item. Okay, let's move on. And now if you click on any of them, I need to route to that directory. Then we are now going to reuse this undo is there. Then that's now going to be d dot parent path. Then now instead of me to just set the path joiner to /, I'm going to create a function join path, and that's now going to be a string an array of string. Now const os equal to navigator dot user agent dot to lowercase dot user agent const exp. That's going to be Linux or Macintosh, then or Windows. Then exp dot exec ua. Just going to or just const match equal to exec. Now it can be, I'm trying to check if it can be undefined, but it will surely get some. Match equals to Windows. If it is Windows, then path dot join else path dot join. Yeah, join path. Now you can go back here and then instead of specifying that manually, you can just do this, join paths, then the other one d dot name, then it's going to join them together, then send them to the backend so that it's going to return the directory listing. Join path is not defined. And why didn't it give me error? No. Join path. Oh, I forgot to export it. Yeah. Now if I click on this, it's going to list out the directory. And notice something, that everything, all the directory and files, they were all listed out just alphabetically, but I want them to list out, I want it to list out the directory first before the files, and alphabetically. How do we do that? Now let's create inside the functions, let's create a sorter. Sort directory. Then it's going to be A, which is going to be T dash structure. Then B going to be D stack dash structure. Then it's going to be if A dot is dar is not equal to B dot is dar, then return B dot is dar minus A dot is directory. Let's add TS signal. Now what this is doing is it's checking for if the two items that were passed to sorter, if the both of them, if the first one is not a directory and B is a directory, then sort B before A, that is push A down in the array and push B before it, like in front of it in the array. Now what if the both of them are directories? Now what I want to do is return A dot name dot locale compare B dot name. Now what is now going to do is now going to order A, is now going to check if the if A is greater than B alphabetically. If it is greater than B alphabetically, then it's now going to rank A higher in the array than B. Else it's going to rank B higher than A, and vice versa. And also vice versa works for this too. Yeah, that is what it's going to do. Then let's go back and let's sort it just before it gets past here, or immediately it gets past here. Oh, so dot sort. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. Now let's check it out. Then as you can see, it has been sorted out. Now I need to give this some padding to the left. Yeah, that is now going to be index of CSS padding left. Padding left should be 20 pixel. Yeah. Now let's click on it again. As you can see, they are now padding left. Now if I over them dot over, then background color should be a very light version, or just this visualiser BG. Then let's just use the visualiser BG. Yeah, cool. But I think it is okay like this. Then let's go to the next thing. Now the next thing is, we don't want to this scrolling should not be applicable to the general scrolling. It should only be applicable to this. So I'm going to set the sidebar overflow auto. Yeah, or overflow hidden. And since directory list has overflow of auto, then it's just going to automatically, yeah. Now let's go. Now, because our application is an um audio player audio player application, we don't need other directories, other files. We only need to list out the directories so that we can go into them and check if there's an audio file in them, and audio files should also be listed out. We don't need other ones that are not audio files. Now let's go check that out. And also, one thing is, if you notice, there's nothing that you can use to drag the app. There's nothing you can use to drag the app. Let's create that quickly. And yeah, on Windows, sorry, there's some, okay, yeah, this is it. On Windows, there's something like this. There's this method that is going to allow these traffic light buttons to be visible, and so that this is not going to cause issues on other platform, let's just wrap it inside process dot platform equal to Darwin. Then that is when you should do this. Yep. Now, what we want to do is, let's put it on the next line. Then dot, no, it's going to be before the map. Dot filter. Then path dot name dot ends with dot mp3 in which it's trying to say, we are trying to say only return paths that ends with dot mp3. Oh, sorry, only return files that ends with dot mp3. And I think we can merge this with this. Or let's just add it here. If not, path dot directory. Return once. Return paths that are directory, or the ones that are not directory and that ends with .mp3. Yeah. Now let's refresh. Yeah, as you can see, the traffic light buttons are now showing. Then because we are using Mac, let's do something that so that we will be able to drag our application. Let's go to the p.tsx. Then let's add one thing at the top here. Let's add a dragger at the top here. let's just call it header. Then it should have a title of audio player. Yeah. Now let's go to this place. Then we also need the main too. Dot header height. Let's give it 25 pixel. Then WebKit app region drag. We are going to see what this WebKit add region app region drag does in a moment. Height 25 pixel. Then text align right. Color, let's give it black. Then font size should be 90%. Then font weight bold. Yeah. Then yeah, as you can see. Then text align, I think I should give it some I should increase the height a bit more. Yeah, let me increase the height a bit more. Let me give it like 28. Then it should be flex, display flex, align items center. Then justify content, flex end. Then padding should be 10 pixel. Now this is now going to be 100 VH calc 100 VH minus 28 pixel, so that it's going to like give space for this header. Yeah, now the padding is also affecting things. It's also affecting the height, which is not supposed to be. Now to fix that, we are going to use box sizing, border box. Yeah, now we can increase the padding again to like 15. So the padding is only going to affect the space inside it that is not related to the height. Yeah, 100 VH minus, let me add 29, so that everything is going to fall into minus 23. Now because of this, because of the padding, yeah, cool. Now let's go on. And the traffic light is showing, and this audio player here is also showing, and yeah, everything is now displaying. Now let's, as you can see, the other files that were displaying here before are not displaying anymore, because this is my systems directory and files. I don't want to open some directories, and in this tutorial I have downloaded some files from some audio files that we are going to be using in this tutorial, and I spread the files into 3 different directories, like 3 different public directories: the desktop, the documents, and the downloads. And they are the ones that we are going to be opening in this tutorial because of privacy. Yeah, the downloads, it contains these directories, and then the mp3 files. Yeah, now I don't want the text to wrap to the next line. I need them to be on a straight line. List item, just white space, no wrap, text wrap, no wrap. Yeah, then downloads. Yeah, now this is exactly what I want. Now, and then if we scroll to the left like this, I don't want this these icons. Oh, sorry. I don't want these folder icons to also disappear. I don't want them to disappear, and that is what I'm gonna do now. That is list item svg, then list item, let me just position relative, then this is now going to be position sticky, then left 5 pixel. Yeah, or left 0 pixel, so that it's not gonna move away from the left. Downloads. Yeah, if we now move like this, you see the icons persist. The icons did not move to the left. Yeah, that is what I want. Now let's go to the next thing, which is going to be playing these files. Now, how do we now play these files? What we are going to do is we are going to send IPC event, which we are going to call get file. It's going to take the same parameter file, which is not going to be get file, which is not going to be optional. Then this file, then let's copy this and go to the backend, the main process, and I'm just going to duplicate this and name this. Now let's remove this. That's fs dot read file sync. Then that's now going to be, instead of path, here is path. Yeah, then it's just going to return the file like that. File contents. Just going to return the file contents like that. Read file sync is not it is not a promise. Yeah, so it's just going to return the file contents like that to the preload, which will then return it to the calling function, or anywhere that it is being called within the app. Yeah, now let's duplicate these two and do get file path, not optional, then get file. Yeah, now inside this is going to be, there's going to be a couple of things that's going to be happening here. First of all, the content that is going to be file content. The content that is going to be returned is going to be uint 8 array. It's going to be uint 8 array, and we are going to convert that uint 8 array to a file that you can use on the browser process. Yeah. Now, to pass data to the get file, we are going to, like, instead of listing a dar when a file is being clicked, we are going to, let's check if it's dar. That is when you should do this. Else, same thing, path.join. Yeah, if it's a dar, it's going to list out the directory. Else, it's going to get the file content, because then we're expecting it to be a file. Now, let's load. Yeah. Now, then let's go to downloads. Then let's bring up the console. Tar content. Now, if I click on anyone, let me click on this. As you can see, it returns a uint 8 array of the file. Like that is, it is the file content. It is the content of the file that was returned. Yeah. Now, it returned it in uint 8 array. Now let's now convert it to file. Const file equal to new file, new uint 8 array, then file content. Then now the name of the file, I'm just going to call it audio, or for the sake of clarity, audio file. Then type audio /mp3, because of course we are expecting an mp3 file. Now, how do we now use it inside our file? We can either use it using file reader, or using object URL, and that is going to give us a lot of problem, because we have to be configuring the content security policy and be doing some things inside the inside the web content or web preference here, doing some configuration inside the web preference here, in which is going to waste a lot of time, and is also not that useful compared to when we are using file reader. So file reader is the best in this kind of case. File reader dot unload. Now, is going to convert this file blob is going to convert it to base64 inside the e.target.result. Now let's now read the file dot read as data URL. Then let's pass in the file. Now it is going to be an audio. It's going to be an audio. Now and it is going to be a custom audio. Const audio file. We are still going to change this variable later, equal to new audio. Yeah. You can just pass in the src here, just directly src as string. Yeah. Then audio file dot play. Yeah. I hope what I did here is not that confusing, and if it is confusing, just let me know in the comment section, and I am going to try to elaborate more on it. Alright, now let's check it out. Downloads and this. Yep, as you can see, it's now playing. It's now playing, and that is what we want. Now, this space here, let us use it to display the um the UI that we want. Let us use it to display the audio UI. Now let's go. This content, it seems we've not styled it well. Yeah, display flex, justify content, center, align items, center. Then there's going to be a wrapper inside it, which is going to be width of 60%. Then height auto. Yeah. Then now inside the wrapper is going to contain like a couple of divs, in which I can just create like just 2 divs. Now the first div is going to be the visualizer, class name visualizer. We are going to be creating a visualizer, and it's going to be empty for now. And then the controls. Now let's go and style the controls. Yeah, with 100%. Then height, the height should be like 30 pixel. Then border 2 pixel, solid var audio controls count pg. Yeah. Then display flex, align item center, then justify content center, no, between, space between. Yeah. Now the first item is going to be span. This is just going to be showing the time, the time that shows the buffering time or whatever, and the duration, maybe the duration is like 250. Yeah. Now I also need to set color of the text var tint blue. Then font size should be like 80%. Then padding 10 pixel. Now this visualizer, we're just going to style it down and come back to it later. Yeah, we are just going to give it height of 70 vh, then background color of var visualizer bg. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, it is working fine. It is looking fine. And let me add some space in here. I think instead of border, I just make this background color. Yeah. Or it should be border, but this one should be 1 pixel. Yeah, nice. Now we need other buttons to like play, pause, and stop. And let's quickly import those buttons. Yeah, this button, play, play, pause, stop, stop. Yeah, play icon. Then width 20 pixel, then height 20 pixel, then view is going to be var. Let me come back here and tint blue. Tint blue. Now I can duplicate this and add it for stop also. We are going to implement the pause later. Yeah, cool. Yeah, now audio elements. This is going to be audio elements. Let's create playing. Set is playing. This is going to be boolean. If it is playing, oh no, pause icon is playing. If it is playing, display the pause icon, else display the play icon. Yeah. Now let's go to this place and let's set this is going to be async. Wait, do file dot playing. I want to check if it is playing. Okay, I'm just gonna assume it is playing and set it to true. Now this audio file needs to be a ref. Audio element, audio element ref, HTML audio elements or no, and then yeah, current. Yeah, cool. Now in case if one audio file is playing and we want to play and we click on another audio file to play, let's check if audio file, if it is not null, if it is not null, just pause. Then just pause it, then play the one that is about that is supposed to be played. Yeah, then now undo, play, pause. That's going to be react.use callback states boolean set is playing states. I'm passing this as dependency so that in case if the use callback is going to affect it, and if it is not going to use the recent value of the audio element ref, and that is why I passed this, so that it's going to use the like updated value of the audio element.ref dot. If it is true, that is pause, that is pause, else play. No, play, and pause. Set playing. Yeah. Pause. Force. 2. Yeah, nice. Now we are going to come back to this just in a moment, just after testing this out, and let's test it out. As you can see, when I click on it, it's going to pause, play, pause, play, pause, play. Now let's go to the next one, which is going to be stop. undo stop. If it is stop, stop is stop. Set playing false. Just I don't think there is something like stop. No, does not exist. Pause, then dot seek. I was looking for current time equal to 0. Yeah, it sets it back to 0. It set the current time back to 0, and on click undo stop. Yeah, that's it. Downloads, then there's some things here. Okay, the folder icon here, the folder icon here is, it has shrunk. Let me add, shrink. Let's shrink 0 to it, so that it's not going to shrink. Download. Yeah, it's now back. Now we click on it. Yeah, it is working, and we click it again. See that it's restarted back from the beginning. Yeah, now let's do the time counter, and then the progress bar, which is going to be indicating the time. Yeah, now let's go back to the page, and there are two stuff that we are going to create now. One is the time, audio duration, set audio duration. It's going to be a string. It's going to be a string. Yeah, audio duration. Audio duration. I've added it to the audio duration space there. Then set audio duration. Yeah, this is where I'm gonna do the setting. Then that's going to be const seconds. That's going to be dot duration. Const duration, then duration percent 60. That's the seconds. It's less than 10. If it is less than 10, I want to add a 0 behind it, because if it is less than 10, it's going to 7 seconds is going to be just 7, and it is not going to add the 7 to it. Else duration, then minutes is going to be divided by 60. Duration divided by 60. Duration percent 60. and this one divided by 60. Yeah, then this is going to be minutes and seconds. Minutes, six. Yeah, cool. Now let's check that out before we do the next thing. Quick. There's an error in the calculation. No errors. No duration 0 plus duration. No. Duration percent 60. Duration percent 60. Duration divided by 60. Yeah, cool. And let's check that out last time before we move to the next thing. Yeah. Then math.flow. Math dot math.flow. Just gonna do, yeah, as you can see, it is now working well. Now let's do the next thing, which is the timer. Audio time. I don't know the name to call it. I'm just gonna call it audio time. Then let's set this to the audio time. Then this is the audio time, and to implement the audio time, we are going to use this same stuff and dots on time updates, which is going to be then the calculation is going to be the same. Const current time equal to dot current time. Then instead of duration, it's going to be current time. Then replace this. Yeah, that is all. Then now let's check it out. The next thing is for us to do to the time indicator. Yeah, let's do that really quick. The progress indicator. Let's just do that below here. Dot progress, then dot inner. progress. Yeah, then this is going to be inside the content. Just gonna duplicate this. Yeah. Width 100%. Then height. Let me give it like 4 pixel. Then margin. Vertically, let it be like 5 pixel. 5 pixel, 0 pixel. Then the inner. Background color. Tint blue. Then height 100%. We are not going to give it width yet. The width is going to be set to var audio progress, which is this here, and we are going to be setting it dynamically on the front end. Then the border radius 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 10 pixel, 10 pixel, and 0 pixel, in which is going to be like an arrow, an arrow, like a rounded arrow. Yeah, and let's check that out. No, before we check it out, let's make it work. Now we need a ref. Which is going to be progress count ref, and that is going to be, we are going to set it to this inner ref. Yeah, then inside there, there's still one more calculation that we need to do. Dot current. Let me set it here, just dot style dot width. That's going to be current time divided by duration, then times 100 plus %. Yeah, let's check it out. Downloads, then okay, it's not working well. Current time divided by duration. Okay, let me log the value. Okay, it seems it is kind of correct, but it needs to be inside this on time update. Yeah, cool. Downloads, then Now let's do seeking. To do seeking, let's add some kind of background color to the progress background color. RGB. Yeah. It's going to be very light. Yeah, cool. Then clicking on it, let's undo the click. Then log E. Then yeah, on click, we are not going to be doing the dragging in this tutorial. I'm sorry, we are not going to be doing dragging to seek in this tutorial. Yeah, as E dot stop propagation. Then I need the E dot client text to calculate the position, to calculate the exact position. Let's view it in the UI. To calculate, if I click on this, if I click here, then the client text that is going to be returned is going to be from this point to this point. Now to calculate the exact position within this within the container, then I'll have to remove from this place to this place, from this place to this place, in which I will have to get the bounding client rect of this container and remove it from the client text. Now that is going to be const distance. That's now going to be const seeker position. Okay, oh sorry, seeker no wait, that's E dot current target dot current target dot get bounding client rect. Then now this is now going to return now E dot client text minus dot x. Now that's going to return the distance. It's going to return the distance between this place and this place, because I minus from here to here, from here to this point. Now let's check it out. Distance 99. And now to get the percentage moved within this within the container, like the percentage, the points, the percentage of the points that I clicked, I will have to const percentage moved. let's just call it percentage moved. Then that's not going to be distance divided by dot width. Yeah, that is the then to convert it to percentage, to convert it to real percentage. Well, I think I don't need to convert it to real percentage. Now after getting the percentage, now I now need to get the percentage of the audio element, the duration of the audio element. Const audio L duration percentage. That's not going to be dot duration. Like, what is the percentage equivalent? What is the value of the percentage equivalent that of the percentage clicked, of the distance clicked inside within this within the width of this container? To get that is going to be the formula, percentage formula, something like x divided by total. Let's just call it total, then equal to 100. Now equal to the percentage that we are trying to get. Now to find x total, we have to come to this side. Now it's not going to be total, then it's now going to be x equal to percentage times total. Then now that is now what is now going to be like this: percentage moved times the duration of the audio duration. Now it's now going to give us x now if it is null, then return null. That is, if it has not been played at all, just return null. Now it's not supposed to do anything. Yeah, it did not do anything. Now let's check out the now let's check that out. Now 68, the audio L duration percentage, that is like the point that the duration, this is the duration, like this is the time that it is going to be seeked to, the time equivalent of the percentage clicked within this container to the duration of the audio. Yeah, I think I did not say that very well, but at least you got what I was trying to say. Now let's get the whole duration so that you are going to understand it more. Now as you can see, this is the whole duration. Now let's click on this place that is near to the end. You see that it is 186, which is closer to 194. Let's click on the end, which is 193, which is closer to this. Yeah, that is the calculation I was trying to I did. Now to do that, to now seek it, is now going to be dot current time equal to audio L duration percentage. This is the naming is confusing, but I just don't know. I just don't know any other name to call it. Yeah. Now let's check it out. Downloads. It can even work. Let's sit back. Okay, it seems the this container is blocking the event. It's blocking the event, and we can make it not block the event again by setting touch action to none. ms touch action none. Yeah, so the click is going to be transparent, like it's going to move through it. I click. Yeah, as you can see, it came back. The click is now passing through it to the parent container. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's that. Now the next thing is now let us set the title. Let us indicate that this is the audio that is currently playing, and we're also going to indicate it here too. Yes, we are just going to call that current audio. Set current audio. It's going to be a string. Current audio. It's just going to be above the progress. Then we're just going to just call it current audio. Inside the content. Current audio. Yeah. Then the only thing we need to set is font size. Font size is 80%. Then color tint blue. Font weight bold. No, semi bold. Or let's just set it to 500. Yeah, and also let's go back and set current audio. Set current audio. Okay, after it has played, we are just going to part.split separator. I think we can create a function to determine the separator here. Sep. Sep. where sep path dot art. I want to select the last one. No, it's not supposed to take in any value. The separator, just trying to check, get the separator dot art -1. Yeah, now one last thing is let's check the current audio. Okay, current audio equal to the dot name current, let's call it current play, else nothing. Yeah, now let's style this. Just going to be the same thing, but just going to be the color, then font weight bold. Yeah, now let's make that to work, which is going to be path, current path, set current path. Yeah, current path. Current path. Now let's come here and set current path and release star. Set current path, which is going to be dark content, the first item, then dot parent path. Now there are some cases that this is going to be empty. Then it's going to be path. It's going to be path. Dot split where sep, then dot slice. I want to remove out the directory that was sliced. Or okay, no, let's display everything like that. Path. Yeah. Now this part is going to be clickable, and I need it to be clickable so that we'll be able to go back to the to previous directory. Dot split os sep dot map now span p, then plus osep yeah, class name path. Let's come to this place and style it, or just style it like this. Font size 80%, color black, font weight 500, font size yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, users, then dots path, if I hover over it, text decoration, seems I'm missing something. Text decoration, seems that the text decoration is not reflecting. Or just border button, I can change the text decoration here too. Okay, I'm going to come back to it. Yeah, if I click it, it's going to go to this page. Yeah, as you can see, it is. You can click on this, and even click on this, but we are not going to make that clickable. Now, on click, it's just going to be the same thing. Then it's now going to be current path or slice. Current path dot split osep dot slice O, then I plus 1 dot join, or just dot join or except. The last one is not clicking. That's cool. Yeah, as you can see, you can go back, then go to downloads. Yeah. There's still a couple of stuff. Just one stuff. Pagination. White space. No wrap. Text wrap. No wrap. Yeah, cool. Overflow. Why? Auto. Yeah. Now, if directory is empty, let's show a message that directory is empty. Dar. If it is empty, then let's show a message that the directory is empty. Just gonna clean up this. Yeah, cool. Then you can go back. Yeah, nice. Then we can still play our music. Fast forward. Play another one. Yeah, cool. Then the next thing is, now let's do the most interesting part, which is going to be the audio visualizer. Now to do that, we are going to use something in JavaScript called AudioContext. AudioContext. Go to new AudioContext. If I were to explain this AudioContext to you, it will not be that rich than if you were to like learn about it yourself. It's just like the like explaining it with physical stuff. It's just like an audio sound equipment that is used for various things like visualizing audio sound, real-time audio sound, static audio sound, and like the frequency of audio sound, and also for connecting different audio sources from one audio source to another audio source. Like that is the function of the audio context. It is very rich. It's a very rich object. And to learn more about it, just click on the MDN reference, and it's going to take you to the documentation. I'm going to leave the link to the documentation of audio context in the description of this tutorial so that you can check it out. Now, the next thing we are going to talk about is the analyzer, which is the one that handles the real-time audio, like the real-time audio analysis or something like that with audio context. Like as we are playing the audio, it is going to be analyzing the audio in real time. The frequency is going to be analyzing the frequency of the audio in real time. Dot create analyzer. Yeah, now the next thing is for us to, now that we've created, it's just what we did now, explaining it with real life stuff. It's just like we've gone to buy the audio, like the sound analyzer from the market. Now we now need to connect to, like, the audio analyzer comes with an audio, like an audio source gadget. Now that is now what we are going to bring out from the package, like from the product packaging. Now, like that is audio source equals to audio context dot create media element source. If we were using a live stream, like maybe the navigator dot get user media stuff, if that was what we were using, that returns a media stream. If that was what we were using, then you are going to use one like the media stream source. But we are using a media element, then now we need to pass in our media element. Now we've created an audio source like that. We've bring out the audio source from the packaging and we've put it down. Now the next thing is for us to connect things up. Now let's first of all connect to the audio context. No, let's connect to the analyzer. Let's connect to the analyzer. The analyzer is also a sound equipment or gadget that we bought alongside when we went to purchase audio context from the market. Now it is we've put it on the table. We've put the audio analyzer on the table, and now we've also bring out the audio source from the package and we've put it also on the table. Now we've taken some cables that comes with the audio context. Now we've now connected a port from the audio source gadget to the ports in the audio analyzer gadget. Now let's connect the last thing, which is going to be the audio context dot destination. This destination is also like a port. The audio context is also an equipment on its own that in which the analyzer comes with it, and also the audio element source gadget also comes with it. Now the audio context dot destination is a port inside the audio context. Now we've now connected from the audio source gadget to the destination port inside the audio context system, like gadget or system or whatever. Now that is now everything is now fully like set up. Now we've connected things together, and now we've this source now that we connected. This is also like a cable that we connected to our microphone. Like this is like this audio element that is here, that we created here, is like our microphone in which the audio source is coming from. Now we now connected it to the audio source equipment. Now the audio source from the audio source equipment, we connected it to the analyzer equipment, and from the analyze and that has been connected. Now we now also connected from a destination port in our audio source gadget. We connected the destination to the audio context equipment destination port. Now everything is now fully set up. Now the next thing is now for us to analyze the frequency that is coming from our microphone, and in this case the audio element. Now it's going to be in uint8 frequency data. That's going to be new uint8 array. That's analyzer dot frequency bin count. This frequency bin count, like, is the number of frequency that is coming from that is the number of frequency of the audio that's coming from this audio source, like the microphone. Now we now created and like uint8 arrays. It's just like creating something like an empty zeros of an array of, like, let's say if this frequency bin count is 1000, we created 1000s inside an empty array like this. Now we are now going to pass that, and the next thing, we are going to need to create a function which is going to be const update source. I don't know what to call it, but that's the best thing that comes to my head right now. Now then, analyzer dot get byte frequency data. Now we are now getting the we're now going to call this method to get the frequency data of the like the real-time frequency data coming from our audio source or coming from our microphone. Then it is now going to because the number of bytes of the frequency data is equal to this count, and is equal to the number of ports that has been created with inside this uint8 array. So it's now going to replace each of those ports or zeros with the real data. Now we can now do whatever we like with the frequency data. What's the most common way and the most simplest way of using this data is by converting all of them into just one value. Reduced equals to reduce ACC then value, I'm just going to call that v, then acc plus v, then 0. What's this then? Then divided by analyzer dot, or just frequency data dot length. What this is doing is that it's going to add the value of the value inside this array. It's going to add each of them together to a cumulative value. Now we can now use, then it is now going to clip it like to the length of the then it's now going to divide it with the length of the frequency, not total number of frequency data. Now frequency data, then next is for us to clip the value to the value that we want. Now we are going to clip it to 100 because we are trying to set the height. Like inside this visualizer, we are going to create dot bar. This is going to be coming from the bottom, like the height is going to be increasing from the bottom to the top. Like it's going to be setting from 0% height to 100% height. Now we need to clip this data that was reduced to 100%. Look, const clipped data. Let's just call it clipped data, then reduced, then divided by 255, because the total number of frequencies, like the value can, the highest can be 255. Now let us now clip it to like 100, then the minimum value is 1. In case if this returns 0, or whenever the audio stops playing, this value, like the value here is going to return, is going to go to 0. Now if we now add 1, it's going to make sure the value never gets, like never stays in 0. Now let us now style this. Before we move on, let's style this bar container. Now flex, display flex. Then align items, flex end, and this one height, no, just width. Let's set it to like 50%. Let's set the width to 50%. Then no height. Then background color is going to be var tint color, the tint blue. Then now the radius is now the border radius. The border radius is now going to be 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 0 pixel, 0 pixel. Yeah, now let's now move on. Now then visualizer ref, let's create a new ref. Visualizer ref. Now visualizer ref, yeah, dot current. Just to be safe, let me add it as a dependency. Then dot query selector, just for now, dot bar and dot style. Okay, let's set this as HTML element dot style dot height equal to clipped data plus percentage. Now, we need to recursively call this update source so that it will keep updating. And don't worry, whenever the audio stop playing, it's also going to be ineffective. Something like that. It's going to be ineffective. Now, also to make this because we are doing some calculation and we are setting some animation value, like the value of something that we are animating, so that it's going to go smooth. We need to add request animation frame so that it's going to go smoothly. Yeah. Now let's check that again. Dot current dot query selector. Oh, okay. We haven't set it yet. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is it here. Wait. As you can see, now it's now working. This is actually like the cumulative value of all the frequency working at the same time. Like, as you can see, it went back to 1%. It went back to 1% instead of going to 0%. Yeah, that is it. Then now, instead of this just one stuff, which is not cool and which is not interesting, we can just, I'm not going to delete this. I'm just going to comment it out just for you. Now, what we are going to do now is we are going to split the data into 30. Like, the total number of frequency data length is around 1000. It's more than 1000. Then we are now going to split the 1000 into 30 places. Yeah. Now I think I just need to like remove this. Then that's not going to be 4. Let's index. Then that's not going to be frequency data. Then this is now going to be is now going, what should I call it? Data. Then I'm just going to call it data. Now let's create document dot create element const bar div. Now bar dot class name bar. Now we're now going to append it to this dot append child bar. Now we now need to set style dot height equal to just the same thing that we did here. Just frequency. frequency, or I can just do the calculation here. 255 times 100 plus 1, then frequency plus percentage. Now I can remove this. Now this is going to, because we are appending the child to visualizer, is going to be getting cumulated. All the elements that we're adding inside the visualizer container is going to be getting accumulated. Now to prevent them from getting accumulated, we can just like clear the inner HTML every time this update source gets called. Yeah, and this thing that we just did with HTML, the best way to do is by using canvas, but we're not going to be doing canvas in this tutorial because that is out of the context of this tutorial. And yeah, and this is also still going to work smoothly just like canvas. And let's check it out. Downloads, then and I said we are going to like split it into 30. Now to split it into 30, you can just do equal to 30. So that is going to be splitted into 30. And if you like it the way it was, then you are free to just remove the 30 from there. In fact, let me like just set it back to plus in case you want it. That is what you want. Downloads, then as you can see, it is now in 30. Yeah, this is another music. As you can see, all those music, the frequency data is like real time and it is working well. And you can also stop. As you can see, when I stopped, the stuff the frequency is set back. Yeah, let's comment out this one just so that all the data is going to be there. Yeah, it seems something has gone wrong. Okay, yeah, it has worked. Okay, now let's try this again. Yeah, now let's go back and let's go into the documents and play this. As you can see, the frequency data is updating and it is working well. Yeah, that is that. And as you can see, everything is working well, everything is working fine. And yeah, and let's go back and do one more testing. I think inside, no, inside, as you can see, when I went back to the document, it still highlighted that this is still the current playing music audio. And now let's try to like move back and play. As you can see, this thing is working well. Now let's go back to desktop. Yeah, let's try. Let's fast forward it. Yeah. And it is also very fast as we are as I'm clicking it, like it's like very fast. It goes to the this to the main process, fetch the content in buffer. It fetches the content of the file in buffer, and it returns it as a uint8 array, which we converted to file and then converted it to base64. Yeah. I think I'm just going to leave the all the frequency data like this, and I'm not going to split them into 30 again. But if you want to split them into 30, like just comment it out, or you want to split them into any amount of value you want. And I'm not going to be like bundling all these audios with the lesson files, but I'm going to be leaving the link to the like to the platform that I got all the music. All the musics are free and free to use, including free to use on YouTube also. So that's the reason why um I actually selected them. Yeah, and as you can see, the app is fast. Everything is fast. And in this tutorial, we did not like use routing. We did not do routing because just mainly because the this app does not require routing like that. If you want to know how to do routing in Electron JS, you can see some of my previous videos on Electron JS, and I really did a lot of routing, like routing setup and stuff like that. Now, before we leave this top here, and currently there's no a dragger for our app on Mac. To make this drag our app, let's go back to the index of CSS. Let's uncomment this and let's go back. It's going to reset, and you can see it is now dragging. That is all. Like, you don't need any JavaScript or whatever, or any advanced algorithm to be able to make it drag. All you just need is just set the WebKit app region drag, and that's all, and it is going to be dragging your app around. Yeah, that is it. Then now let's test it again for the last time, because I really love music. Let's test this. If you want to get like any of this music, I'm going to leave the link. I've forgotten the name of the platform, but I'm going to leave the name like the link to the platform in the description of this tutorial. To do context menu, and context menu is something like this. Like, if I right click on this dialog that pops up is a context menu, which is like a native context menu of the platform. The kind of dialog that is going to pop up on Linux and the one on Windows is going to be different from this one here. But this kind of dialog that's going to pop up on all the platforms are called context menu. And to implement that, let's go to the core Electron JS. Then let's just search context menu here. Context menu, or just menu. Yeah. Now, the menu is part of Electron JS, and you can come back later and check all these stuffs. The link is going to be available in the description of this tutorial for the context menu. Now, this is like a basic example that we can just copy and build on. We are just going to be doing a refresh, or we'll do back to the default route. Like, if we right click, there's going to be go back home. There's going to be home, and there's going to be refresh, and there's going to be refresh. There's going to be refresh, and there's going to be home. Yeah, let's do that quick. Now, inside the index.ts, and yeah. Oh, okay, yes. IPC main dot on context menu. You can call it anything, any event name, but just for the sake of this tutorial, we are just going to be calling it context menu. Event.sender dot send context menu command. Then now let's import menu from Electron templates. Menu item construction option. Let's import it, and yeah. Now let's set this to like home. Then on click, we can either undo this in two ways, or let's change it to go home. Then we can undo this in two ways, like just calling this function. Let's extract this into a function, to a separate function. Const get start. That's going to be part. Then I can just return part. Yeah, get start. Path. Yeah, same thing is just going to be dot send. Now as I said earlier, the main process can also send events to the renderer process. Now to send events to the renderer process, there are many ways to do that, and one of the ways is this. Some other ways is by using the main window dot web content, then dot send. Then it is now going to send an event, then the argument, then the preload, preload.ts. In the preload.ts, we are now going to listen for this event using the IPC renderer. Now new folder, update events, and that's going to be get part. Yeah. Then now refresh is just going to be refresh part. It means we have to pass in a data to it. Now refresh is just going to get refresh on click. This is not type checkbox. Let's remove type checkbox from it. If you want to learn more about this context menu and the possible values that you can pass in, you can check the Electron JS documentation. And let me see if I get some. Okay, it seems this this type is the real type. It's also going to be giving you suggestion like type. Yeah, it's giving suggestions, so it's easier to work with that way. New folder, update, get the path. Yeah, then now it is now going to send data to the front end. Now in the Preload.ts, open context menu part. Let me make it compulsory. Now in the Preload.ts, we are just going to listen IPC render dot on events, then argument, then data. I just call it data. Then we can log data updates data. Then now it's going to work the same way. This is not going to be invoke, it is going to be IPC render dot send. Let's go back to check what it is. Context menu and preload, then context menu, yeah, then data part. Yeah, that is it. The reason why I'm not assigning this to any variable is because it does not return anything. It returns void. Yeah, and yeah, that's that. Now let's now go back. Let's now go to the front end, and we are going to implement that in the inside the sidebar container, and we are going to do that inside on. You can either do it two ways, either on aux click or on context menu. Both are going to work, but let's use on aux click because we are already using things that are context menu. So this is going to be window dot electron dot open context menu, then path. That is going to be current path. Current path. Yeah, current path. Yeah, current path. Since it is not returning any it is not expecting any data, so we can just do it right from here. Yeah, now let's check that out, but we will have to like just refresh the whole thing. Yeah, now let's bring this up, and now let's on off click here. As you can see, it brings up go home, refresh. Now if I click on, before doing that, let me just clear the console. Go home, let's click on go home. As you can see, it returns a data, and those data are like the files, and now I can do something with that. Or something like if there can be a callback function. callback function data any. Also .log callback works data open context menu. So it is going to be the event is going to be triggered from inside this place and callback fn. Then I'm just going to pass in the data here. Yeah, let's check that again. Callback works. As you can see, it returned the data. And yeah, now let's go to the page of TSX. Now we can now update this stuff here. We can just copy that, or let's create a separate function. Const undo context menu. That's going to be React dot use callback. Then undo context menu. Now it's just going to be data, or just their content. Let me just call it like that. Then I can just pass this current path. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Then now let's check that out again. Yeah, as you can see, it went home. And to refresh, is also going to refresh. Yeah, it's refreshed. It's refreshed, but it cannot be seen because it is too fast. But we can see it inside the console. Yeah, that is working. And what about the menu that is above here? This can also be customized. And now let's scroll up. Let's take this and just replace it. We are not going to be customizing much. We are just going to be replacing we are just going to be putting it here. Menu. Template. Well, I don't want to be debugging now. Let me just add any. Now if we refresh now, you see that everything is going to the current menu is going to change to this. Then file. Then let's add some other stuff. Submenu. Let's add like there's label too. Yeah. Then on click, just like this, just like what we are doing here. Click. If there's a way that but in this case, this is what we are going to use. But main window is not available here. To make main window available, then we have to make this a let instead of let main window type. Browser window. Yeah. Now to send, because this event is not available in this in this place, we have to use web content dot main window dot web content dot send event name. Let's come here and declare another. This time there's not going to be a cover function, and menu is going to be menu. Back to the index page, event name, then get that. Yeah, cool. And yeah, for this I will have to like pause the tutorial so that I can expand the record area to the top. Yeah. I think everything is set up on the everything is set up. Data update from menu, and passing the data from here to the client. That is now the issue, but I think I can actually work it out. Yeah, let's refresh. I'm gonna pause the tutorial now. And yeah, I've expanded the recording area, and as you can see, there's a go home stuff here, and if I click it, it's going to like return data. It's going to return data. Let's try to come here. If you click on go home, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to return this data. And I'm looking for ways that how can we pass data from here to it's not possible to call the IPC renderer inside the page.tsx. Let me check. It's going to give errors. Yeah. And the reason why it is giving the file system error here, because it is Node.js part. It is Node.js, and all these FS parts are not available in the browser, but they are available in the Preload.ts, like the bridge. In this bridge, they are available. As I said earlier, it has access to some main process APIs, and it has access to browser APIs too, so it can work. Yeah, at least we've demonstrated that you can do this, and also you can also make the menu work, and all these menus too, you can make all of them work, and this can also work. Yeah, and I think if it can emit, if the IPC renderer, if it can emit, the emit works on the Node.js part, so it cannot work in the browser. I can't find a way to pass data from here to this page component here, and that is sad. Now let's do this like the final thing. Let's do this as the final. Let's make this work. Yeah. Well, it seems it is not interfering with the UI. Let's see. It's not interfering with the UI. It's not interfering with the UI. It's not interfering with the UI. So I think we can just leave it like that. But if we want to go further, we can just like check for log targets, dot current target, and dot target. Then we are just going to prevent or stop propagation. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. Then let me stop it and restart. Yeah. Yeah. Now target, then content. Okay, what about this? And resize. Yeah. If dot target if dot target as HTML element, dot class list dot contains the size. If not, if does not contain the size, then return null. Or we can just even set this to null, just in case if the event has already been bind. Return null. Yeah, cool. Then downloads. Then as you can see, it is not moving. It is not moving. It is not moving. And this is also not moving. And at least we can click pause. Then we can also resize by just clicking on it, and it still works. It still works fine. Yeah. It's kind of hanging. I don't know what I'm doing. That is making it hang that way. It's now responding. Yeah, and yeah, it is working. That is the fix for it. And let's test it for the last time. Damn, it is hanging. Yep. And now one last thing is to prevent this this DevTools from showing up again. Let's come here, then DevTools, let's come to this place, DevTools. Server platform. Then we do .open DevTools. Then to properly like block the DevTool permanently, set DevTools to false here. So it's not going to open up DevTools again, even if you use shortcut. Yeah, as you can see, it is not opening up the DevTools, and here you can see that the DevTools is like open DevTools is not there. And if I use shortcuts, I'm trying to use shortcuts now, it's not bringing up the DevTools. Look at the top here, you see that it's indicating that I'm trying to use shortcuts, but it's not bringing up the DevTool. Toggle, as you can see, toggle developer tools, it's still not going to bring it up because I set the stuff to undefined. I set it to false. Yeah. One last time, let's enjoy the music one last time. thank you. We've come to the end of the tutorial, and if you want to know how to how to do routing in Electron, like moving from one page to another, you can take one of my you can watch one of my videos on that I did something like that in Electron JS. And yeah, thank you for purchasing this tutorial. If you watched up to this tutorial, you are encouraging me to put out good content like this, and I promise you, I am going to be putting out new content like this, um more content like this in the future. Thank you, and see you in the next tutorial.